So, welcome into the hot shop. Sorry, let me just readjust here. Right, so I just want to point out what we're doing over on that left bench. So first off, we have a visiting artist in the hot shop with us today, and that usually means that we have a completely separate artist coming in here, but today is a little bit special because one of our visiting artists is actually a glass artist that works in the hot shop himself already. And my mic is very quiet, so could I have it turned up, please? Testing, testing. La, la, la. Let's see. A little bit louder. Right, so over on that left bench, once again, visiting artist Ben Cobb. He's the one who is currently working with the glass himself. Now, this is just the very beginning of our project here. This is how pretty much all of our glass starts in the hot shop if we're working with color that day. We have a single layer of clear that is attached to the pipe. And on top of this, we actually have 3 layers of color. And could I have my mic turned up a little bit more? I don't know why it's so quiet all of a sudden. Testing, testing. All right, you'll just have to let me know if you think it's too quiet, but I think I can hear myself a lot better now. So as this glass is cooling down, you can actually see those 3 different layers of color. It's really interesting. So this is a triple color overlay. That process of applying color is called a color overlay itself. And we have all of the different colors that we've been using down on this front table right here in the form of color bar. And I just want to point out on these front 2 pedestals here, this is some of Ben Cobb's work. And he's going to be working on some forms that are similar to what you see in some of Ben's previous works, but he's also going to be working a little bit more experimentally. And actually, to show off this work even better, could we have Ben's slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So I want to show off his work even better. So up on the screen, there's going to be a slideshow going of some of Ben Cobb's previously made artwork. And throughout this slideshow, you'll see that he actually explores nature and human biology quite a bit in his work. And this comes into play in both a more abstract way and a literal way, such as with those seashells and oysters. Now with these forms, I want to point out these ones specifically. You can see we have these really fine lines across the surface of the glass. This is coming from something called cane, which are basically these sticks of colored glass. And you can use these and create these really thin lines. It's really hard to describe that exact process, but I can describe it a little bit more later. But I wanted to talk about those lines. Those can represent sinew, sort of as in human biology, or visceral systems in leaves, such as the veins in the leaves. And so once again, just taking that inspiration from human biology and nature. And Ben has about 30 years of glass blowing experience, maybe more specifically about 31. And he's been at the Museum of Glass for a very long time. Came to this area in the Pacific Northwest specifically to start working in glass in about 2001. Now at the center bench, we're just working on building up layers of clear glass. We've just gathered a layer of clear, we've blown it out a little bit. And this right here, this is kind of Ben's signature for his pieces. As you saw in the slideshow, a lot of the pieces have those sort of windows, which are those clear sections of glass that show off the inside of the piece. And this is how he gets those windows. So you're about to see him use this tungsten drill bit inside of this literal hand drill. And he's going to go in and drill some holes into the side of this glass bubble. And as he continues this process, I'll just continue to follow along, but this is the first step. And this is something you don't get to see super often, is this drilling into the glass. So he's going in with the drill, and he's heating up the drill bit as it pushes into the glass. So this is both kind of melting and drilling a hole into this piece. And he has done this a second time, so we have one hole on either side now. And these holes will just be slowly widened. He can widen them using this drill bit a little bit further, but he will eventually go in with another tool later on, based off of what I've seen previously. And eventually we'll be gathering another layer of clear over top of this, which is how it is creating those windows rather than just creating a hole in the side of the piece. All right, so welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. Today we have visiting artist Benjamin Cobb, or Ben Cobb, and there is a little bit of information about him in your pamphlets that you received at the front, but I actually know a ton about this visiting artist because he's actually one of our Museum of Glass hot shop team members. Specifically, he's actually the hot shop manager, so he's usually kind of like the team leader, and he's always figuring every event out, helping other visiting artists with their artwork, but now he has a chance to create some of his own work and continue practicing and developing his art. And I want to point out, first off, we have some of his work on these two front pedestals here, so that will give you a little bit of an idea of what he likes to create. And we are doing something that is relatively similar to this piece right here in the way that we have these clear windows in the side of the glass. And the way that we've gotten that is we've drilled two holes on either side of the bubble, and that is going to eventually be covered with another layer of clear glass, and that's going to create those windows that you see on that larger green piece right there. And so right now we were just letting that glass cool down a little bit, but we are gathering our next layer of clear right at this moment. And this is going to kind of fill in those holes that he drilled into the side of the piece, and that is going to create our clear windows. Yeah, so this is our clear glass furnace, that large tank with the closed door that we just went inside of. It holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at a very steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. All right, sorry about the little moment there. We've just gone over to the pipe cooler real quick. This is just a trough of water that we set the pipe inside of, and it cools the pipe down so we can handle it a lot closer to the glass again, as that heat does start to travel down the pipe a little bit, especially when we have larger amounts of glass. But as you can see, we have a very smooth, round outside of our piece. This has been achieved by using the blocks, which are those wooden spoon-shaped tools at the center bench. And also just blowing the bubble a little bit is going to smooth it out a little bit from the inside. And for those who just joined, I just want to point out once again that at the center bench, the man working with the glass right now, his name is Benjamin Cobb, and he is our visiting artist today. And we actually have 3 different layers of color in this glass. A lot of you guys weren't here for that process earlier, but we basically took something called color bar, which are these, again, these large pieces of solid colored glass. It's just solid colored glass through and through. And we would take a section of that, melt it down, and then drop it on top of a small clear bubble. And that was done 3 times on top of each other. So we'll be able to see one color on the inside of this piece, and on the outside we have a solid color and then a transparent color over top of that. So those 2 colors will kind of layer on top of each other. You'll be able to see through the transparent color. And now that we've been expanding that bubble a little bit, you can see those windows a lot better as well. So those windows are going to help us see that inside color. And that's the reason why we have those 3 different layers of colored glass in this piece. So it seems like there's just a little particle inside of the clear glass layer on the very outside. So they just superheated that small section of glass and pulled that little bit out. And I want to point out all of these boxes that are down on this front table here. These are all filled with our glass color that we're using throughout this residency. And I was told that a large amount of these are coming from Olympic glass color rods or Olympic color rods. And they actually sponsored Ben in this stumbling over my words, residency, which means that he didn't have to pay for any of this color. That's just really incredible. Glass itself is very expensive, not to mention colored glass is even more expensive because it uses special minerals and metal oxides mixed into it to get those rich colors. Right, so welcome to everyone that's recently joined us in the hot shop. I want to direct your attention to the center bench where we have the piece that we're currently working on. And at the center bench sitting himself is our visiting artist, Cobb, or Benjamin Cobb. There's a little bit of information about him in your pamphlets that you received at the front. But he's actually a Museum of Glass hot shop team member, or actually the glass blowing hot shop manager. And so he is frequently the leader in this hot shop, and he will sit at the center bench and work on these pieces as the gaffer. Gaffer is kind of like the glass blowing team leader. And he's here for a full week residency, so that means that he's here starting today all the way going through Sunday. So he's going to have a lot of opportunities to work on a wide variety of his works. And he's starting with something that is a little bit more familiar to him. And I want to point out this front piece right here. That is this large green piece. We have these clear windows in the side of the piece, just that clear glass. And that's something that we've done with this piece as well. What seems to be these little clear bubbles inside of the glass, those are actually our windows that'll be inside of this piece. And to create these windows properly, we're having to gather multiple layers of clear. This is building up some mass for the piece overall, but it's also going to make sure that those windows are a little bit thicker. And whenever you see us picking at the glass like this is just them getting air bubbles or particles out of the glass before they continue on in the process. If they continued on right here and just left those particles, then they could be permanently trapped in the glass. It's hard to get them out later on. But now that we've removed all of those particles, we'll be able to completely smooth the surface of this bubble back out again. And we always do this using these wooden spoon-shaped tools called blocks. They're actually sitting inside of these buckets of water sitting behind the bench. So anytime we're using a wooden tool in the hot shop, usually that wooden tool, such as those blocks, are staying completely saturated in water. And they'll sit in them 24/7. And since it's been a little bit of time since I've shown his work, especially for the new people, could I have Ben's artwork up on the screen, please? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen it yet, up on the screen there's going to be a slideshow showing off some of Ben's previously made artwork, and this is going to include some pieces that are more abstract and some that are a little bit more literal, such as these right here. But a lot of Ben's work explores nature and human biology. So these pieces, such as this one on the very front pedestal here, you see all these really fine lines of colored glass within the piece. Those are kind of representing sinew in the human anatomy or visceral systems in leaves, such as the veins in leaves. And so once again, he's just tying a lot of that inspiration into his pieces. And he started working with glass about 30 years ago. He's been working with glass for a long time and is a very important person in the glassblowing world, especially in my opinion. He's been working here at the Museum of Glass, helping other visiting artists make their work. He's been a demonstrating artist and a teaching artist in many different places, such as Sweden, the Czech Republic, Italy, and France. So he's been traveling and sharing his knowledge with the world. Now, with some of these pieces, you can see that we have an inside color that the windows are showing off on the very inside of the piece. Then we have a completely different color or pattern on the outside. And a similar thing is going to be happening with this piece at the center bench. So once again, for those who haven't seen it earlier, we actually have 3 different layers of color in this piece at the center bench right now. We have one opaque color on the very inside. We have one more layer of opaque over top of that, and then a transparent color on the very outside. So you'll be able to see through the transparent color and into that opaque layer on the outside, and then the holes in the piece, those windows, those are going to show off the very inside color. So this is a pretty complex piece. There's a lot of thought going into it. And we also may later on see some more experimental pieces of Ben's. We actually have a couple of ones that he's already started, which are these sort of box-like pieces of glass. And we have kind of a window in the side of these as well, but this is a little bit more of experimental work for Ben. And now we're using a completely different tool than we've seen so far. This pad in Ben's hand, this is actually just folded up newspaper. They'll soak it or splash it with water before using, but that is all that material is. It's just newspaper. And using that, he was able to literally squeeze the glass, and he's created almost like a neck into the piece. At the same time, somebody was hovering around with a couple of wooden paddles. This is just shielding the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's coming off of the glass. It's not really using the paddles to touch the glass or change the shape right now. Although we do use those paddles for flattening the bottom of the piece later on. And that's how these pieces are able to stand on their own. So you'll see that later on as well. And I haven't quite gotten to talk about this torch yet, but this torch runs around the same temperature as the furnaces we've been using, so between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And this torch is really important because we're heating up sections of glass at a time. In this case, we were heating up a colder section of the glass that we want to stretch out some more, which is the neck. And behind the scenes, someone is actually blowing into the end of the pipe, Sarah. And this is where the blowing and glass blowing is coming into play. So blowing into the end of the pipe is going to pass that air all the way through and expand that glass like a balloon. And for the few who just joined here and there, I want to point out once again that at the center bench sitting down currently is our visiting artist, Ben Cobb. There's some information about him in your pamphlets that you received at the front, but he's our visiting artist today. Also, the Museum of Glass Hot Shop manager, and so he's a pretty important person here. And we're working on a piece that has one of his signatures in it, which are these clear glass windows. And these two paddles here, these are just cork wood. These are used to flatten the two sides of the piece to create a more flattened shape, kind of like a disc. And that is where we've gotten the shape for pretty much all of these pieces down on the front pedestals here. And this is going to just be a little bit of a process blowing this out and changing the shape a little bit over and over again, because as we press in with those paddles, this is pushing the glass out in all the other directions. And I just want to mention real quick as well, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just raise your hand or grab my attention. I'll come right over to answer those questions. And I will just continue to kind of follow along in the process. Right now, they're just still continuing to flatten the sides of this piece to just make sure the shape is overall perfect. And actually, just talking about the pattern on this piece, I think a lot of you guys missed it earlier, how we got those clear windows in the side of the glass. So I just want to re-describe that as best as I can. So we will actually use handheld drills in the hot shop every now and then. And that's what we use to get this pattern. So we use this drill right here, and we literally just drilled a hole in either side of this glass. And that was really early on in the process. So since then, it's had a lot of time to expand and get bigger, something that they do earlier on. But we had all the color on the glass, we drilled those holes in, and then we gathered 2 more layers of clear over top, and that's creating those windows rather than just holes in the side of the piece. And of course, as they continue to blow, that's just expanding the windows even further. But yeah, this is Ben's sort of signature. He was saying a lot of his pieces include those windows inside of them. So I just want to point out we've been keeping this piece warm at the center bench and just evening out the heat, heating up any areas that are cold, letting the rest cool down. And we've just brought over a second pipe with a clear attachment on the end. This is called a punty, and this is just going to allow us to break the piece off of the pipe that it was created on. So once this is attached to the bottom, they're going to make another small indentation, making it easy to break off this second pipe later on as well. And once this connection is stable, they're going to go ahead and break this piece completely off of the pipe it was created on. And this is done by simply applying a little bit of water to the connecting point, kind of this divot in the glass, and then they tap the pipe, and that's all it takes to break a piece off. So now from here, all we have to do is start working on the neck of the piece. Usually we don't alter the body any further from this point. So we'll start working on the top of the piece. Ben was showing us some photos earlier, and he was saying that he was going to stretch the top of the neck out, kind of like these pieces here, to create this really tall, kind of thin shape. Now, right here, the opening of the piece is not very warm. We're more so centering the piece to the pipe at the very bottom rather than actually trying to open it up. But to start opening it up, we're going to have to start applying a lot of heat to just the neck, because that is the only area of the glass that we want to alter right now. We're not trying to change the shape of the body once again. And I know it may sound contradictory, but every now and then we're going to go inside of the furnace and heat up the entire piece. But this is really only for a few seconds or so. This is just called flashing, just making sure the glass is all staying at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So continuously throughout the process, we go fully into the furnace, just making sure it doesn't drop below that temperature. Otherwise, we risk cracking and breaking from thermal shock. And, woo, okay, now my mic is up. Sorry, guys. It looks like at this point we are starting to use the jacks, these two metal blades. I wanted to point these tools out because these are a really important tool in the hot shop. And we are just sectioning off the very top of the neck. So this is all glass that's eventually going to come off, and just another step in our process, probably the step where we're going to start stretching this neck out a little bit. And we've also been continuously using the newspapers at the base of the neck. This is kind of cooling that section of the glass down, just making sure it doesn't stretch out too much in that one area. Well, I'm so glad my mic is nice and loud now. You guys can all hear me over those torches. So I want to just point out that we've used this little section of glass that we created at the top of the neck as basically a handle. And this is something that we'll do relatively frequently. So using that handle, we stretched the rest of the neck out, once again going for a shape very similar to these ones on the front pedestal right here. And eventually, this end section of glass will simply be broken off using a pair of diamond shears. And just like that, we have created our neck. And it's sounding like they're going to edit the neck just a little bit further. And now since this piece is pretty long, they're going to have to be a little careful going into the furnace. And as this glass cools down further and further throughout the process, you can start to see the true colors of the glass a lot better. So obviously on the very outside, it looks like we have a sort of green going on. On the inside of the piece, it's still a little bit hard to tell, but it looks like we might have like an orange on the inside. I'll have to ask Ben about the color specifically. Yeah, so on the inside we have a yellow, and this is appearing sort of orange as we're working with the glass, just because the glass is so hot that it's creating its own light and heat, kind of like lava. So it looks a little bit orange on the inside of the piece, but as this cools, it's going to turn back to a rich yellow color. And we also have a blue and a turquoise, I was told as well. And just to make sure that the neck is absolutely straight, Ben is going back in with those corkwood paddles. And this is a really good time for me to talk about the wooden tools in the hot shop. So obviously these corkwood paddles are made out of corkwood, so they are going to burn as we use them on the hot glass, which is always between 1,000 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. But the wooden tools are really important because they're an insulating material, so if we touch it to the glass, it's not going to pull a lot of heat out of the glass. And that's especially important when we have glass that's colder, which is 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit is actually kind of cold for glass. It's completely solid. And if we drop it below that temperature, it can crack or break from thermal shock. And now just to make sure that the opening of this piece is completely smooth, we're going in with this really hot handheld torch. And this flame is something we don't see super often in the hot shop either. It gets up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is going to heat up small sections of glass very quickly. And frequently you'll see us torch the back end of the piece, kind of where the glass is connected to the pipe. This is really important because this is the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out. Naturally, the coldest section of the piece. Want to make sure everything is staying warm. And at this point, we are going to start heating it up right in that section until we start to see a little bit of movement where the glass is connected to the pipe. And that's going to get us ready to break this piece off and put it away. And you can see somebody's suited up in these Kevlar gloves. This is going to allow the artist to pick that piece of glass up off the end of the pipe and physically carry it over to be put away. This is most likely going inside of one of our big annealers. Looks like this one today, over on that left wall. So if anyone wants to get any good shots, I recommend being over on that left side of the hot shop. And welcome to those who are just kind of filtering in. We are very close to finishing this piece at the center bench. Our visiting artist is the one who's sitting at the center bench himself. His name's Cobb. There is a little bit of information about him in your pamphlets that you received at the front of the museum. All right, so we are ready for breaking this off. And to do so, all we do is we apply some water. And just like earlier, this is cracking that small section of the glass. We tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. Let's give them a huge round of applause for their first piece of the day. So Ben's first piece of the day. And this is being put inside of an annealer. I haven't gotten to point this out yet today, but this box holds anything we put inside of it at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit. And then with the press of a button, once it's full, we will slowly cool that glass all down inside of it. And this is usually a process that takes overnight, so we're not going to be able to see those pieces again until tomorrow, once they've cooled down all the way to room temperature. And we will get started on the next piece very soon here. I want to give a little introduction as to what we have going on today for anyone new that's joined. We're going to see a huge variety of different things being made during this entire residency. So let's see. First off, today we have visiting artist Benjamin Cobb. He's the one that's working at the center bench. And he's actually our hot shop manager. So he helps any other visiting artists that come through the Museum of Glass. He makes items for the store along with the rest of the Museum of Glass hot shop team. He's a really important person in the glass world in general as well. He's worked with glass for a little over 30 years, so he's a very professional glass blower. And he's continued to share his knowledge with the rest of the world by being a demonstrating artist and a teaching artist. And this includes places like Sweden, the Czech Republic, Italy, and France, just to name a few places that he's traveled to. And he's going to be working on a wide variety of pieces once again. And to better give you an idea, could I have Ben's slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, there's going to be a slideshow going on. This just shows off some of the previously made artworks of Ben's. These pieces that have the windows inside of them, those are kind of like what you saw being made just now in the hot shop. And those windows are so-called Ben's signature in his pieces. It's something that he makes frequently. These ones on the front pedestal right here, these more boxy-shaped pieces, these are a little bit more experimental for Ben, and this is something he's hoping to work on during this residency as well. And as you watch this slideshow, I want to mention that the pieces that he makes, they kind of relate to nature and human biology. So the faint lines that you see in the glass, these are achieved through sticks of colored glass called cane, and I can describe that a little bit better later on. But these cane lines represent sinew and visceral systems in leaves, such as the veins in leaves, and sinew as in like in your human body. And so nature and human biology inspire him, and he's trying to combine the science and art world a little bit. And of course, as we continue on in the hot shop, I want to point out if anyone has any questions, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know. And I'll come right over to answer those questions. They could be for or about the visiting artist. They could just be about the glass. They could be about the building. Any question is fine. And we're just getting started over on that left bench, so I'll focus my attention over there. In the meantime, we are most likely starting with some color. we're going to be applying some color to glass in the form of a color drop or color overlay. And that's all starting with these large bars of color that you can see down on this front table right here. Yeah, so once again, the different colors in glass come from different minerals and metal oxides that are mixed into the glass itself. This is a process that we don't do ourselves in the hot shop. Instead, we ship in colored glass that has already been made, and we use it in this form, usually. This is called color bar. We also have different forms of color that we use, not as frequently, but we have basically a broken up version of this colored glass called frit, which are like shards of colored glass, kind of like sand. And then we have something that's even finer, which is basically a glass powder. And we have to be careful when working with those two because it can create small pieces of glass that fly around in the air. So you don't frequently see us work with that in the hot shop. So we've taken a section of that color bar, once again, these solid pieces of colored glass, melted it down completely, and then we've just dropped it on top of one small clear bubble. And this is eventually going to be rolled on this metal table in front of the furnace called the marver. That's going to push that color back until it completely covers up that clear bubble. And that's the process of the color drop or color overlay. It gives us an even layer of color across the entire piece. So that's most likely how they got these colors right here, this blue and yellow. You can see it's just very uniform, very smooth. Yes, so with the last piece, we actually had 3 different layers of color on top of each other. We had 2 opaque layers of color and then 1 transparent layer of color. And you'll be able to see that single bottom layer of opaque color through those windows that we created in the side of the piece. And then the opaque color on the outside with the transparent over top, you'd be able to see through that transparent color and see those 2 different colors at the same time. And so we might see something similar this time. I see them working with multiple pieces of color, just like that last piece. So once again, this is kind of how the color bar starts. They'll attach it to the end of the pipe and slowly melt it down until they have a shape that is very fat on the end, kind of furthest away from the pipe. It's very wide, and the section that's attached to the pipe is a lot smaller. And then they heat it up till it's completely molten, bring it over, and drop it, literally drop it on top of that clear bubble. But yeah, we're going to see something probably pretty similar to that last piece, just based off of what I'm seeing in the hot shop right now. So if you missed the process earlier, we're creating yet another color drop or color overlay on this left bench. So this is going to be done for a total of 3 times. This is just our second layer of color. And the themes for this piece are going to be pinks and reds. I just asked Ben what colors he was using. So we already have those 2 layers of color now. Our last layer of color is this bit at the center bench that Sarah's working with right now. And she's just creating the proper shape, getting ready to bring it over. And I see quite a few new people have joined in, so I just want to talk about what we have going on today again. So once again, we have visiting artist Benjamin Cobb over on the left bench, and he's the one that's currently working with the larger piece of glass. It has 2 different layers of color on it currently. And could we actually get a camera view of that left bench? So it's a little bit hard to see what he's doing from here, but I just want to try to talk about it a little bit. We are taking our colored glass and we're rolling it on this little metal table in front of the furnace called the marver. And that's just pushing that color back a little bit by little bit until it completely covers up the entire bubble that we've created. So it's just creating a layer of color on the very outside of the piece. If we were to look at the cross section of this, you'd see the layers of glass are kind of like layers of an onion. They're not mixing together, they're just stacked on top of each other basically. And once again, we're using pinks and reds for this piece. Oh, sorry guys, I'm gonna have to give another little introduction in a moment here. And by the way, feel free at any point, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know. I could come over to answer any questions, whether it's about the visiting artist, whether it's about the museum or the glass. All right, so welcome to everyone who just joined us in the hot shop. I want to give you all a little overview, kind of describe what we have going on, who we have here today. So up on the screen, we have a view of our left bench, and the man you see working with the glass on the end of this pipe here, his name is Ben Cobb, and he's our visiting artist today. So whenever we have a visiting artist in the hot shop, they get to make pretty much whatever they want and do whatever they want with those products at the end of the day or at the end of the week. In this case, he's here for a full week residency. And Ben is actually our hot shop manager here, so he works here as a full-time glass blower here at the Museum of Glass. And he usually is on the other side of this relationship where he helps visiting artists create their work. But today he gets to create some of his own work, so this is a pretty special day. And to show off some of that work, could I have Ben's slideshow up on the screen, please? All right, so I'll just call for that a little bit later, but I do have some examples of Ben's work on these 2 front pedestals right here. So these shapes that you see on this front pedestal, these are actually very similar to the shape of the piece that you're going to be seeing in the hot shop today. And then this design over here, this larger green piece, it's kind of hard to see from where some of you guys are sitting, but we have these clear glass windows in the side of the piece, which allow you to see through or into the piece itself. And we're going to be seeing something like that in the hot shop as well. So we have 3 layers of color on this glass over on the left bench. And because of those 3 layers of color, when we open it up or when we have those windows, we'll be able to see 1 color on the inside. We'll be able to see the other 2 colors on the outside. It's going to be a pretty complex piece. And speaking of the colors, once again, it's all starting off from something called color bar, which is solid colored glass, something like this right here. We'll take sections of this and then melt it down and then drop it on top of a small clear bubble, spread it completely over top. So once again, kind of like I was describing to some of the crowd earlier, it's like those layers in an onion if you were to look at the cross-section of this. Now up on the screen, you can just kind of barely see, but we are literally dropping that color on top of the bubble. We will drop it and then start to roll it back. This is just the very beginning of the process. So after we have all this color, we can then start to create a bigger piece by getting layers of clear over top of it, just building up some mass. And you'll see how we get the windows in the piece. We actually drill through the sides of the glass just using a hand drill. It's really interesting. Now, Ben has been working with glass for about 30 years, a little bit over 30 years. So he is a very professional glass artist. And because of that, he has been a demonstrating artist and a teaching artist in many places across the world. Just to mention a few, he's been a demonstrating artist in Sweden, the Czech Republic, Italy, and France, just to name a few. And he's had work displayed in many places as well, including the Museum of Glass here. Oh, and up on the screen we have his slideshow going. This is something I wanted to show off to you guys. This is just some of his previously made artwork. And this slide is just showing he has a large sponsorship, so Olympic Color Rods actually gave him a large amount of color that he's using during this residency, which is really awesome. And now as you watch this slideshow, I do want to talk a little bit about his inspiration behind his work. So Ben likes to explore nature and human biology. So with some of these pieces, you see these really fine lines of colored glass. This is coming from something called cane, which are basically these sticks of colored glass. I don't have an amazing example of it, but it's kind of the thickness of a pencil. And these lines are kind of representing sinew, such as in the human body, and visceral systems in leaves, such as the veins in leaves. So once again, just pulling that inspiration from nature and human biology. Yes, so frequently in this hot shop, we will start projects on the side benches, such as applying the color and getting all of our layers of clear. And then we move over to the center bench where we actually start to work with the glass more and blow it out, turn it into its final form. So we are starting it over on that left bench, but soon here we're going to expand the bubble a little bit. We'll gather a layer of clear, and then we're actually going to use that hand drill to create the holes in the side of this piece. And by the way, I'm sure you all have noticed this glass looks as if it's orange. I get questions about this every now and then, so I just want to mention preemptively that This glass appears orange whenever it's hot, especially to the point of it being molten. It's so hot that it's creating its own light as well as heat, kind of like lava. So as this glass cools down, we'll be able to see the true color of the glass a lot better, which once again, we're using pinks and reds this time. And you can actually see those 3 different layers of color on top of each other right now on the screen. So it's looking like that very base color. The one that we'll see on the inside of the piece is a pink. And then we have our second layer of opaque color, and then we have our final layer of color, which appears so rich that it looks black right now, but this is actually a transparent color. And whenever the transparent colors are concentrated, they do tend to look black because they're just so rich that you can't see through them. And right now, we seem to just be sitting here, but this is just letting the glass cool down. The air around it is actually just pulling some heat out of the glass. And as soon as it's cooled down enough, we'll go inside of the clear glass furnace and gather our next layer of glass overall. And these glass furnaces are pretty satisfying. I just want to point it out before it happens, but the large tank with the closed doors where we're going to get that clear glass. Inside of here, we have a giant ceramic tank that's holding a pool of molten glass inside of it, kind of like a jar of honey. So each time we go inside of here, we're getting a brand new layer of clear. And as you can see, we just trimmed off a little bit of excess clear off the end of the bubble using a pair of diamond shears. We'll usually let this glass cool down a little bit and then eventually throw it out. And I just want to mention again, please, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know. And it can be questions about pretty much anything, especially the glass, the museum of glass, or the visiting artists. And at this point, after getting our layer of clear, we've moved over to the center bench. So the last piece took maybe about an hour and a half-ish, maybe a little bit less. And as we get into the flow of things, we tend to move a little bit faster. So I would say this piece could take about an hour to an hour and a half, probably. And at the center bench, we're now using this wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is called a block. Each time after we gather a layer of clear, you'll always see us use that tool before somebody blows into the end of the pipe like they are right now. And this can be pretty easy to miss. It happens very quickly, and this is where the blowing in glass blowing comes into play. So the diamond shears are called diamond shears because they have 2 blades that have this shape coming together, and it creates the shape of a diamond. But we actually do have diamond tools that we sometimes use relating to glass. This is more so when the glass is cold, though. We use diamond grit in a place called the cold shop, and so we'll literally have industrial diamonds grinding away at the glass. So that's something interesting. So in the back, Ben is actually preparing the drill right now. And this is just a little bit of newspaper. He's kind of polishing the tungsten bit inside of the drill before it's used. And could we have our focus on the center bench as they drill the holes in the side of the piece, please? Yay, thank you. So right now, Ben is heating up the drill bit itself using a small torch. We want to make sure that the tool isn't cold as we're pressing it into the glass. We want to make sure it's hot enough that it almost kind of sticks to the glass. So we're heating up the bubble a little bit until you'll start to see it move. At this point, it's kind of like a taffy or putty texture, maybe even a little bit softer. And once again, this is how we're creating the windows in the side of our piece, is by drilling these holes into the side. So Ben is pushing that drill bit into the side of the piece. And he does this on either side, so we'll have a hole on each side, kind of a window. And now that we've drilled those holes, we're actually just going to let this sit and cool down a little bit. We're not going to be heating it up or altering it very much. And we're going to get ready to gather our next layers of clear glass over top of this. And when we gather our next layers of clear, this is going to cover up those holes we just drilled into the sides. It's also going to slightly fill those holes in, which is going to create the clear glass windows. And you might have seen some pieces that had those clear glass windows in the slideshow that was up on the screen earlier. So the entire process of a glass pumpkin is always going to involve something called an optic mold. And those are really interesting. I wonder if I could point one out to you all. So this is not an incredible example, but this is like a handmade mold itself right here. You can see we have these different metal rods sticking out. And so if you took a glass bubble and stuffed it inside of that and blew a little bit, it would create kind of these bits of glass that stick out more and then bits of glass that are pushed in more. And that same idea is applying to the glass pumpkin. So we stuff it inside of a mold, that gives us those ridges and bumps. And so we would have to do that for both the body. We stick it in a mold and then we blow it out into a round shape like this. And then for the stem, we take solid glass, we stick it inside of the mold, and then we put it on top of the pumpkin that's blown, and then we twist it and pull while the glass is still hot. And that's going to stretch it like taffy. And we can pretty much mess around with it however we want from there. We could twist it, we can, yeah. So I'm not sure if you guys are ever going to live in this area, but there is a program I always like to talk about for anyone that's 12 to sort of 18. And so that's a program that I went through myself called Hilltop Artists. And it's a program that allows kids 12 and up to blow glass. It's just a really good opportunity. They have summer programs and everything. And so I really recommend you look into them if you can, or if you are interested in doing glass yourself at all. Also, we've just gathered our next layer of clear. We actually dripped some of that off into a bucket. This is called a strip gather because we're literally stripping it off. It's just giving us a partial layer of clear, closer to the exact size we want. And of course, smoothing the outside of the glass out by using a stack of newspapers stuffed inside of a carbon fiber pad. So right now, Ben is using a blow hose. So this is just a hose that's attached to the end of the pipe, and he can actually blow for himself instead of having an assistant do it. And this is expanding those windows a little bit by little bit. You can kind of see those air bubbles or those dots growing in size. So he's able to control both of them at the same time. Yeah, so I actually want to bring up, I frequently get questions about like, how do you create certain shapes, or can you create blank out of glass? You can create pretty much anything you can imagine. There are limits to glass, of course, and those limits are actually not all too bad, as you can imagine, as long as the glass is all connected to each other. You can have really large sculptural pieces, such as different animals. And as for the different tools we can use pretty much anything as a tool. I've seen people use like cut out watermelons to blow glass into as a mold, just to give like a really weird example. And sometimes there are really funny challenges where they're only allowed to use one single tool, such as the floor, to make a piece. So they can only touch the floor, just to give an example. So you have to think outside of the box, and challenges like those really help glass artists in finding different ways to make things and think outside of the box. Yeah, so over on the right side of the hot shop here, this is the pipe cooler. So it's just a trough of water that we set the pipe down into. You can see steam rising. This is just evaporating the water as it cools the pipe down. It's just going to allow us to handle the pipe a lot closer to the glass again, which is really important for getting some leverage against that heavy piece of glass. And speaking of the weight of this glass, even if a glass is only like 15 to 20 pounds, it feels a lot heavier when it's all the way on the end of the pipe versus if you're just holding it in your hands, because of the leverage that the glass has against you all the way on the end of that pipe. They describe it maybe being 4 or 5 times heavier than it actually is. So I get questions about the hardest thing to make in glass art every now and then, and these guys always say that the hardest thing to make is goblets. If you don't know what a goblet is, it's basically a really fancy glass. It has a cup, which you drink out of at the top, and then it has a stem, like a fancy wine glass stem. Sometimes those are made up of multiple parts or sculptures. And then we have the foot of the goblet, which is what the goblet sits on, of course. And so because there's so many small components coming together to create a goblet, those are really challenging to make, especially if you're adding colors or sculptures in the middle or any other special patterns to it. But these guys, they've been working with glass for 20 to 30 years individually, so they are professional glass artists. And they make everything look easy. So we will constantly keep this torch lit right here. And this is so that if we suddenly need to heat up any section of the glass at all we have to do is reach back, grab it, and use it. Otherwise, if we turn it off, we'd have to turn off the gas completely because we can't just leave the gas running. So we'd have to turn it on, reignite it, adjust it, and then use it. It's just a lot easier to leave it running. So we have 2 different pads right here. This one that Ben just held for a second there, this is actually something we don't see super often. This is a carbon fiber pad. And then this other pad that he's holding right now, this is actually just folded up newspaper. So the carbon fiber pad is probably stuffed with newspaper itself. It's not like it's completely carbon fiber. But yeah, we use newspaper a lot in the hot shop. It's going to burn and kind of decay from the water naturally, but it's a really helpful tool because we could get really close to using our hands to shape the glass. So this is what we used in the very beginning of the process. These are called color bar, these pieces of colored glass on both of the front tables right here. And we'll just take sections of it, we'll break it into sections, and we'll use that section by melting it down and dropping it on top of a small clear bubble. And that process is called a color drop or color overlay. It's what we did in the very beginning to get these 3 different layers of color on top of each other. Yeah, so we're actually going to be using these paddles throughout the process, but not actually to change the shape of the glass, more so to protect the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's coming off of the glass itself. And they get really close to the glass when they're using those paddles, but they're just protecting the artist. And it's kind of hard to see behind these paddles, so I want to describe that we're using the newspapers again, Ben is, and he's actually kind of squeezing the glass, and this is creating a neck in the piece. This is going to be stretched out way more later on into this really long, thin neck, kind of like these pieces on the front pedestal here. Once again, we're going to have a very similar shape to these pieces. And while he's focusing on keeping the neck thin, somebody is also blowing into the end of the pipe, and this is expanding the rest of the piece, the body, just at the bottom. And that nozzle there, that just blows some compressed air onto the glass. It's kind of like blowing on a hot piece of food. It cools it down a little bit faster than if we were to just leave it alone. And I just want to point out, if you haven't seen Ben use these already, those two paddles are actually just made out of cork wood. And once again, we do use many different wooden tools in the hot shop. Those are just flattening the sides of our piece, getting us closer to this shape kind of on the left pedestal right there. So we actually heat the furnaces using natural gas and forced air, so just kind of like a natural gas stove. Meanwhile, we actually use propane and oxygen for some of our torches. And so we do have multiple different fuel sources in the hot shop. We also use electric for a lot of the boxes that you see sitting around the very edges of the room. This is where we put our pieces away to cool down, actually. So every now and then I get questions about why we use the torch if we're just going to go back into the furnace. So I just want to point out, we use these torches to heat up specific sections of glass only, and we go inside of the furnace to heat up the entire thing overall. So using this torch, we're heating up just the side of the piece because those clear glass windows are technically a little bit thinner. They're blowing out a little bit faster, and we want to blow out the side more, so we can focus extra heat using those torches. So I couldn't quite hear you. Are you asking something about the glass cooling? So I mentioned something to you specifically earlier about the diamond grit, right? And you're talking about the cold working room. Yeah, so that's something we don't get to see. We don't have camera access in there or anything, but it's around the corner, and they have a lot of tools that are similar to woodworking actually, but we use a lot of water because we don't want to inhale glass powder. So we have a belt sander, we have a disc sander, and a lot of it uses diamond grit. And it's really cool, but it is actually kind of cold in the cold working room, as you might imagine. There's just water running constantly versus the hot shop like we're in right now, where we're working with a lot of heat. So we can actually only make as big of a piece as what can fit inside of that furnace there, actually. We have an even bigger furnace specifically, which is the one to the left. It's kind of hidden, but we can't make anything bigger than the opening of that furnace or the length of it, just because we wouldn't be able to keep it warm enough to prevent it from breaking. So as big as that furnace is as big of a piece as we can make. And we've gotten pretty close, to be honest. We've made a piece that was an 80-pound clear glass bell jar, and that was insane. A bell jar is basically a clear glass dome that you use to cover another object. So yeah, Ben was just going in with a piece of chalk, and he was probably marking the center of the bottom of the piece where he wants to basically have the piece rest, kind of like these right here. And that's really important because it's giving him a target to hit and making sure that he hits that target exactly whenever they bring over this second pipe, the punty. So the punty's purpose is basically to attach to the bottom of the piece, and then this is going to allow them to completely break this piece off of the pipe it was created on. So the breaking point is right at the end of our first pipe, our original pipe. And to break this off, we actually have to physically break the glass by applying some water. This is going to thermally shock the glass, causing cracking. And then we tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece completely off. And you'll see this happen again later on as well. And this is very controlled break. So now that we've broken that piece off, we now have access to the other side. So I just wanted to point out, you can see that we have kind of an uneven break around the opening of the piece, but this is totally fine because we're going to be completely breaking off this section of the glass later on anyways, because we need to completely stretch this neck out into this really long, narrow shape. So we're going to start focusing a bunch of heat on just the neck. We're not going to be altering the body or changing the shape of the body very much anymore, if at all. And now that we have this nice window into the glass, you can see the pink on the inside and the more so red on the very outside. And just in case we've had some new people join here and there, I do want to reintroduce what we have going on today and who we have here, and then I can hop right back into explaining what's going on in the hot shop. So today, once again, we have visiting artist Ben Cobb, or Benjamin Cobb. There's some information on him in your pamphlet that you received at the front, but he's the one that just disappeared around the corner to get some water. It's the tallest one, easy to point out. And he has a little bit over 30 years of glassblowing experience, and he's here making pretty much anything he wants in the hot shop for this entire week. And this is just the very first day of his residency. Now, something special is he's actually the Museum of Glass hot shop manager, and so he is usually helping other visiting artists in creating their artwork, but instead he gets to create his own today, so it's a little bit of a special day. And since we have a little bit of time, could I have some of Ben's artwork up on the screen, please? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen this slideshow yet, up on the screen there's a slideshow going of some of Ben's previously made artwork. And you can see that a lot of these have those same windows that we're seeing with the artwork today as well. This is something that was done really early on in the process. We will drill into the side of the glass and then gather a layer of clear over top of it. That's going to kind of fill in that hole, creating a window of clear glass. And a lot of Ben's work is exploring and inspired by nature and human biology. So with some of the pieces, you see a lot of cane, which are those little thin lines of color. And this is representing sinews, such as in the human body, and visceral systems in leaves, such as the veins in leaves. So once again, tying in his inspiration from nature and human biology. And at this point, we have heated up the neck quite a bit at the center bench. Ben is going in with a stack of newspapers. And this is actually just soaked with water, but other than that, it's just folded up newspaper. And next he goes in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades. And he's just lightly opening this piece up. And next, Ben is going in with the same pair of jacks, and he's sectioning off just the very top of the neck. And this section is eventually going to be broken off later on, but it's also going to act as a temporary handle where he's able to stretch the rest of the neck using that little end piece of glass on the neck. But of course, to stretch the neck, he's going to have to continue to apply a lot of heat until it starts to move quite a bit, kind of like taffy or putty texture. And just for reference, once again, for anyone that's recently joined, we're trying to go for a shape kind of like these pieces on the front pedestal right here, where we have this really long, narrow neck. And so to get that, we have to physically stretch that neck out. And they try to save this for pretty much last or closest to last, because having this really thin piece of glass, it's going to heat up very quickly, and it can lose its shape if we heat it up for too long. So we try to stretch it out, finish off the shape, and then just be kind of done with it. And whenever we're using this torch to heat up the glass, we're of course just heating up the neck, and we're letting the rest of the glass cool down while we're heating that up. But we still go back into the furnace entirely overall, just to make sure that nothing is dropping below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. But we're trying to make sure we're not heating up the body too much. So it's really important that we have that torch so we can focus some extra heat to just one area. So now at this point, you're going to see Ben use these pair of diamond shears to stretch the neck out. Once again, he's using this end piece of the glass kind of as a handle as he grabs onto it and pulls the rest of the neck out. So this is how we get that really long, narrow shape once again. And just to make sure that it's stretching out straight, every now and then they're flipping the pipe, making sure that it's falling onto center again. And as they do this, the rest of the piece is cooling down. So just to make sure it doesn't cool down too much, they're once again going in with that torch, heating up anything that's getting too cold. If it drops below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, we can see some cracking happening in the piece. And now that we're done using that little end piece as a handle, we've gone ahead and just broken it off. So now we have our overall shape of the neck of our piece. And with the last piece, we did a little bit of adjusting from here, just lightly heating up the neck and then touching it and pushing it into just a perfectly straight shape, making sure that it's facing towards the sky when it's placed on the bottom. Now, at this point, I especially want to point out the glass is cooling down enough for us to start to see more and more of the true color of the piece. So once again, we have that pink on the inside that you can kind of see through the windows in the glass, those clear glass windows. And then on the very outside, we have a red, a transparent red that's layered over either another red or another pink. It's a little bit hard to tell when the glass is hot like this. Now, something interesting is certain colors will look completely different when they're hot in the hot shop. First off, when the glass is completely molten, it's going to be glowing a yellow or orange color, kind of like lava. But when the glass is hot at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, we should start to see the true color. But this doesn't apply to a couple of colors, red included. When red is hot, it looks kind of gray or brown. It's really interesting and just something that happens with certain colors. But as this glass cools down overnight, it's going to change back into its true color. And just to make sure this neck is completely straight, we're going in with 2 corkwood paddles. And once again, it's really important to have wooden tools in the hot shop, because when we're touching this wood to the glass right now, the glass is kind of cold at this point, and we don't want to pull any more heat out of it. And wood is an insulating material, so it's not going to pull very much heat out versus something like a metal tool. So here and there you see Ben going in with this small handheld torch, and he's just heating up the very, very top of the piece. This is because we were breaking sections of that neck off earlier, as some of you may remember, and that's leaving us with a really sharp edge. So just to make sure that we don't have any sharpness left over, it's going in and just melting that very briefly. But they are, at this point, getting ready to break it off and put it away. This is going to include heating up this area where the glass is connected to the pipe until they start to see the piece move a little bit. And then at that point, they're able to apply some water, which is going to crack that connection just like earlier, allowing them to break the piece cleanly off and put it away. And of course, I always like to point out when somebody's suited up in these Kevlar gloves, these are the same material that firefighting suits are made out of. It's going to allow the artist to pick this piece of glass up off the end of the pipe and physically carry it over to be put away. which we're actually putting it away over on the left side of the hot shop, by the way. So if anyone wanted to get any good shots, that's where we're going to be carrying it over and putting it away. And this annealer, this large black box, this is where all of our pieces cool down slowly overnight. So now to break this off, once again, we're just applying a little bit of water. And then all we should have to do is tap the pipe. That's going to break off into those Kevlar gloves. And let's give them a round of applause for their second piece of the day. Thank you, everyone. So once again, this is our annealer, sitting at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit. And then later on, once it's completely full or we're done for the day, we just press a button and the programming is going to slowly cool it down overnight, preventing thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece again until at least tomorrow, but it's going to make sure it doesn't break. And I believe we'll be getting started on the next piece relatively soon. Let me just check in and see where they're at the process. All right, so we're actually switching it up a little bit. We're going to see something completely different. And to give you a little bit of reference, I want to show you some of Ben's other artwork. We actually have one piece on display that's using something that we're going to be seeing very soon here. So this piece right here has these really fine lines of color all throughout it. And this is coming from something called cane. So we're going to be making some cane in the hot shop right now. And could I have Ben's artwork up on the screen, please? So I just wanted to show off this slideshow one more time for anyone that hasn't seen it. This will give you an idea of how we use cane in some of his artwork. Once again, those really fine lines of color. And we're going to be seeing them make some of that cane right now. I heard them talking about maybe some black and white colored cane, so we'll see. So we lay out these wooden ladders because we actually have to lay the cane across these to cool down a little bit slower. If the small pieces of hot glass were to touch the cold concrete, it could crack them from thermal shock. So this is just enough to protect it from that thermal shock and make sure it stays warm enough while it cools down. But yeah, this is all going to start with a piece of color bar. So once again, color bar, these large sections of colored glass down on these two front tables. We have that attached to Gabe's pipe over on the left bench there. And he's going to heat this up, and then eventually we'll probably wrap it in layers of clear as well. So we'll have a little bit of color and then a lot of clear surrounding it, and that's why we're able to see in between those lines instead of just having solid lines of color on top of each other. So Gabe has just heated up that color, and he's dropping it onto another heated pipe. And this is a little bit hard to explain for those who don't work with glass, but the point of doing this is to make sure that there's no clear glass at all involved. It's just the colored glass directly attached to the pipe. And this is really important because different colors will literally move differently from each other. And so if we have clear attached to the pipe and then some sort of color on the end, that clear might heat up before the other color and it would stretch out really thin, and then the color is all chunky. It's just more ideal to have the color directly connected to the pipe. Yeah, so this color that was just dropped onto that pipe is apparently black. So he's just created this sort of rounded but tapered shape. And this is going to allow him to apply a little bit more color on top of this. This is not enough for the amount of cane that he wants. So he's melting down another section of black, or Sarah is anyways. And Sarah's eventually going to bring it over and drop it on top of what he already has, just kind of adding more mass to the black, but it's still going to be solid through and through. And I just want to point out the small metal table in front of the furnace that we've been using. This is called a marver. We do have them throughout the hot shop. We use them to shape the glass, but also to cool the glass wherever we're touching the metal to the glass. It's pulling some of that heat out. In this case, we are probably just going to keep this relatively cylindrical, probably a little bit of a rounded end, and then start adding layers of clear on top of it. Because once again, we are pulling some cane. So for anyone that's recently joined, we're going to be taking this glass that you see up on the screen or over on the left bench, and we're going to be pulling it across almost the entirety of these ladders that are laid out in the front of the hot shop. And this is going to eventually be then broken into sections, kind of maybe about that long each. And this is going to be about the thickness of a pencil, and eventually we'll be able to use them to get stripes in our piece. So any piece that you see with really nice, evenly spaced stripes, this is most likely how they got that, through something called cane. And since we've had some new people join here and there, I just want to give a little bit of an overview describing who we have here and what we're doing. So once again, we do have a visiting artist in our hot shop technically, and his name is Ben Cobb, or Benjamin Cobb. And he's the one that we actually have a view of right now up on the screen. And he is also our Museum of Glass Hot Shop manager. So he's usually the one helping other visiting artists create their artwork and making other items for the Museum of Glass store, for example. But today he's able to make his own stuff and make pretty much whatever he wants. And that's actually for the entirety of this week. So this is just the first day of the residency, but this will go all the way through Sunday. Now, he actually has about 30 years of experience, a little bit over 30 years of experience glass blowing. And he came to this area in the Pacific Northwest to start working with that glass about 2001, but he was working with it before then too. And he's been a demonstrating artist and a teaching artist in many different places across the world even, including Sweden, the Czech Republic, Italy, and France, to name a few. So he is a pretty strong figure in the glassblowing world, especially in my opinion, because there's so many people that would love the opportunity to learn from him or work with him. And could I have Ben's slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you very much. So up on the screen, there's a slideshow going, and this is all Ben's previously made artwork. And I want to point out that a lot of his artwork explores or is inspired by nature and human biology. And sometimes this is in a literal sense. So with these seashell forms, we are seeing something that is coming from nature versus some of his more abstract pieces. They're still taking inspiration from those two things. With the cane lines, once again, those really thin lines of color, they are representing sinew, kind of in the human body, or visceral systems in leaves, such as the veins in leaves, just to describe a couple of visual aspects you'll see in his work. So to get those really thin lines of color, we have to create the cane in the first place, which is once again what we're doing right now. And we're specifically creating black cane. And of course, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to just raise your hand and I'll come right over to answer those questions. It could be about the visiting artist, it could be about the hot shop or the glass, it can be about the museum or the building that we're inside of. Yes, so we finished the piece that you probably saw earlier. It's inside of this large black box on the left wall, and it's just slowly cooling down inside of there. Well, it will be slowly cooling down. Right now it's sitting at around 950, and it's going to stay at that temperature until we're ready. Yeah, this work that we're doing right now, this is not us starting a complete project. This is more so a little bit of prep work because we're going to be pulling cane, creating those sticks of colored glass to get designs in our pieces later on. Yeah, I got a question about this earlier, by the way, which is where will we see the finished product, because I'm sure that's something that you're interested in. And I directed person's attention to Ben's Instagram. He does have an Instagram account and he posts pretty frequently on there, so I assume that he's going to be putting up some of these pieces that he's making during this residency. So the furnaces run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, and each of them runs around the same temperature. We do adjust them depending on the thickness of the glass we're using, for example, but there's not a significant difference between the furnaces that are on right now, except this furnace right here with the closed door, that's our glass furnace. So each time we're going inside of there, it's to get a new layer of clear on the end of our pipe or on top of whatever glass we already have. Also, just to point out, Ben has been heating this glass up, rolling it on the marver, which is that metal table, just trying to get a perfect cylindrical shape. And he just dipped it into a bucket behind the bench. That's what that little crackling sound was. That was just cooling down the very end of the glass. That is the hottest section. And we've now just brought it over and attached it to a second pipe. And this is where you're actually going to see them stretch it out and turn it into cane. So this is really satisfying. It's kind of like pulling taffy. And so there are going to be two people, one on either of those pipes. They're going to pull it across almost the entirety of these ladders here, as far as they can anyways. Right, so after breaking that cane into sections, we're just going to let that cool down until we're ready to use it later on. And we are going to go to our lunch. So if anyone has any final questions for me, please ask away. But if not, then we are going to be back in about an hour from now. So probably at around 2:05 or so. And we'll have the official time posted on the screen, by the way.
Alrighty, hi everyone. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. My name is Charlotte and I'm going to be your MC for the rest of today. So if you have any questions at all, you are free to ask me. I'm definitely here to answer them. Today we have a visiting artist, which isn't actually much of a visiting artist. It's our very own Benjamin Cobb here doing some artwork for us. So Ben is one of our usual glassblowers here at the museum, but he's doing a full week residency with us to create some of his own artwork. So we're gonna have a lot of fun stuff going on today. And I'm gonna be here just to walk you through all the steps and let you know what's going on. So right now it looks like we're just starting to get maybe some color out of our garage. So this box right here is actually our garage, is what we call it. So this is a special place where we can keep glass at a temperature of about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And so that keeps our glass hot enough that we're able to pull it out and work with it still, but also not too hot that it's gonna be fluid and moving in any way. So it basically keeps things at its shape without it getting too cold and cracking. So we put color bars in there. So you can see over on this table we have a bunch of color bars. And so these are what we use to color most of our glass. We also have other ways of coloring glass. We can use powders, so just like crushed up glass in a very fine kind of sand powder. Or we can also use frit. So a way to describe that would be like more of like pebbles of broken glass. So there's quite a few different ways. Today we're going to be working with color blocks, color bricks. And we'll have to see what color we're actually going to be pulling out and working with. A light blue. Okay, so we're going to be working with a light blue. So it'll be a little bit hard to tell when it's all heated up, just because that intense heat does kind of distort the color that we're using. So at times when we're heating it up, it will look very orange, almost reddish. But once it comes back to room temperature, we'll actually be able to see that light blue.
There's one right there.
So you can see we're just going in and gathering a little bit of clear glass onto the end of our pipe. So the special furnace over there with the door is actually our glass furnace. So that's where we collect all of our clear glass that we're working with from. We don't have any colored glass in there. So that's why we do have to add that color on a little bit later. We do keep that furnace at about 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit, and it actually never gets turned off. So it's consistently always on 24/7. The heating furnaces, so the reheating furnaces that we use to heat up our pieces once they're starting to cool down, they're kind of these big round chambers that you see. Those are kept at about 2,100 to 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And those do get turned off at the end of the day. Yeah. Yeah, so we use all just natural gases to heat them. And then they're made with special materials that kind of insulate that heat inside of there, just so that we're able to keep the temperature mostly in there. So you can see, even though those furnaces are extremely hot on the inside, the outside of the furnace only rests at about 90 degrees Fahrenheit. So you can really feel the heat when you're up close, and you can even kind of feel it up here sometimes. But yeah, so it's all just natural gases that we use. Yeah. So you can see we have another pipe that we just gathered onto. So this is our blowpipe. This is where we're going to be making most of our piece off of. So we've gathered a little bit of glass on the end of that blowpipe. We're starting to roll it out on our Marver table. So those are the tables that you see across the entire hot shop. We use those just to roll out our pieces to get shapes that we want. And then on our other pipe, we have that color. So you can see Ben has our blowpipe. And then Gabe, in the Hilltop Artist t-shirt with the hat, has our color currently. So he's the one getting our color prepared to go onto our blowpipe. So I believe we're making different types of these vases that you can kind of see here. So we're going for these similar shapes. If we could actually see the artist's slideshow really quick, I'll show you some pictures of art that he's previously done. Is there any chance that we could see the slideshow of Ben's previous work? There we go. So this is just to give you an idea of some of the artwork that Ben has done in the past. So a lot of these elongated shapes, and then we actually do have some where pieces will be cut out and then replaced with a clear kind of window in them. So I believe a little bit earlier today we were working on some pieces like that, these kind of vases that we then cut out pieces and replace with that clear glass. So you almost get that effect of being able to look through it. Thank you. So you can see here, we're now going to actually do something that we call a color drop. So we've taken that blue, that light blue, and we've gone ahead and let it kind of drip onto the surface of our clear glass that we had on our blowpipe. And so this is just creating a layer of that color across the whole surface so that the entire piece will be opaque with that color. And you'll see we're going to heat it up, and then we'll get ready to go ahead and start stretching it across that entire surface. So you'll see Ben takes it all the way from the top and starts rolling that color all the way down across. Something to also note is that in the clear glass, we already established a bubble inside of there. So we do have that bubble already inside of the glass, ready for us to start blowing it out once we have all the glass that we need on it. And you can also see it looks like we've pulled out another color that we're going to be working with. So we have that light blue on the surface of our piece. As we continue to just straighten it out on there, make sure the entire clear chunk of the glass is covered. And now that the piece has started to cool down a little bit more, you can actually start to see that blue that we're working with much better. And you'll see now we're coming in with that other color that we've heated up. As it was cooling, it looked to be maybe a purple, could be pink, but we went ahead and put that on top of the piece as well. So we now have two colors that we've added on. And we're just continuing to follow that same process of just kind of pushing that color across the surface. So by doing that two color kind of layering, the inside of the piece will be that blue, while the outside will take on that other color that we just added on. And you'll see we're getting prepared to go ahead and do our third color drop. So this is going to be a 3-color overlay. So we have that blue that we did first, the really light blue with a little bit of a purple on top, and then some sort of either darker blue. That's the information I'm receiving currently. And we will see that same process again. So here we come with that hot colored glass, letting it drip onto the top of the piece, and then trimming off that little excess. And you can see we have fully spread out that new color across the surface, just like we did the previous two. So we won't be able to really see those other colors that we previously laid down at the moment. But once we start blowing this piece up and adding any details that Ben decides to have, we will start to see those other colors come through in their own way. And then you'll probably see that we did just add a little bit of air into this piece. So Ben is doing a technique that we call capping. So basically he's forcing a bunch of air into the pipe and then putting his thumb on that end hole just to build that pressure and push the bubble through. Now, even though we cannot see the bubble currently just because of all this opaque color that we're using, there is still a previously established bubble in the clear glass that we started with. And we do that just so that it's much easier to then grow that bubble. If we were to have waited until just now to blow in that bubble, it would have been a much more difficult process. And then just once again, this is our visiting artist. So Benjamin is usually here with us in the museum and works with us here at the museum as one of our main glass blowers, but is doing a full week residency, so Wednesday through Sunday, with the museum, where he gets to explore his own creative work and make his own artwork here. So a lot of Ben's inspiration comes from kind of nature and human biology. So you'll see in some of the pieces that we were showing earlier, and even this one up towards the front, he adds this cane to it, so this stripy kind of texture on the outside. And this is to mimic like any sort of like visceral systems, such as like veins or the arteries, which is really interesting. Another example is like the veins that you see in leaves. So just kind of like those different stripings that we have in human nature and then also in our outside world. So we can really see those three colors that we've placed on there. You can see that light blue all the way on the bottom, that purple in the middle, and then this darker color on top. So we'll see now that we've added all that color onto there, we're going back into our glass furnace and getting a gather of clear glass onto the surface. And then we just perform something that we call a strip gather. So just letting some of that excess glass strip off of the surface. So although right now it does kind of look like You can't see the color in there anymore. This is just clear glass, so it will not be adding any sort of color into it. And eventually, once we start to blow the piece, we'll be able to see those colors once again. And you'll also see we're going in with this wooden tool. So this is what we call a block. And we keep it soaked in water at all times. It helps us just continue to get that rounded shape of the glass. And now he's actually going in with a stack of newspapers. This is another tool that we use. And we keep this also soaked with water. But this gives the artist a little bit of a closer contact with the glass, and allows for a little bit more manipulation to happen, especially while we're blowing out that bubble. So you'll see we actually went ahead and grabbed a power drill. So we're going to be using this to drill holes into the actual surface of the glass. So you'll see right now he's just making sure to get that drill nice and hot, torching it so that it can match the temperature of the glass as close as possible. And you'll see we're going to start drilling that hole into the surface. So what's really important is usually while we're doing this, we also have somebody capping. So this means that we're holding that hole on the bottom of the blowpipe, basically just ensuring that none of that air is escaping as we apply that pressure to it. So when he's making that initial hole into it, by placing the thumb on the end, we're not allowing any of that air to escape, meaning our piece won't deflate on itself and kind of go concave. Yeah. So no, actually, that's a good question. I've actually never been like asked it in that way of considering it as a difference, but mhm. Yeah. So no, actually, the entire pipe is made out of the same material. And actually, it's made out of a special material that isn't as susceptible to heat transfer. So along with like the Marver tables that we use, we're able to roll the glass on those, and it doesn't pick up the heat quite as easily. It doesn't, I guess, like infiltrate it as much. But we're using these pipes specifically just because of that reason. They're made out of that material. Along with that, we do have to cool them down pretty frequently sometimes after a gather into the furnace, or if we've heated for a long time, we do have to cool it with water. So you will see that. I don't actually. I'm not too sure, but I do know I could probably figure out that answer for you. So you'll notice that we went ahead and let the piece cool down quite a bit before we went in to gather. So this just created that cold core in the center for us to gather that hot glass onto. So now we have those holes that we established earlier. We've actually kind of covered them with that clear glass. And then as we blow out, those holes will expand and the clear glass will cover it to create that kind of window effect. And then you'll see we're just going to continue to use our newspapers as we blow this piece up. So you can really see those holes that we put into the surface of the glass before our gather on top. As we've continued to blow air into the piece, we can start to see them stretching more and more. And you'll see we're actually getting ready to go ahead and get some more hot glass onto the surface. And once again, we're performing that strip gather, so just letting that glass strip off of the surface. And you'll see right now he's kind of pulling those pieces out away from the rest of the glass. This is just to remove any surface bubbles that we have in the glass. And then you'll see right here, we're taking it over and we're actually gonna cool it down with a little bit of water. So we just roll that pipe into that water trough just to cool it. It's kind of a complicated thing. It's like if the water were to touch the glass, yes, it can cause it to crack, but no, not usually, especially at a really hot temperature. It actually would just hit the surface and then evaporate right off. So when we're taking it over to that water trough, the water isn't touching the glass at all. It's just to cool down that pipe so that we're able to grab it once again. So another time that we use water is like on our tools. So you'll see we just pulled out this wooden tool that we call a block. We keep it soaked in water, and when it touches the surface of the glass, you'll see that all that water evaporates right off, and that's why we have to continue dunking it into the water. So if the glass is hot enough, no, it will not crack the surface. But when we do go to eventually break this piece off of the pipe, you'll see that we apply a little bit of water to the line where we want it to break, and this does create those small cracks because we allow it to get cold enough that it will break the surface. So it really just depends on the temperature and whatnot. But you'll see as we go in with this wooden tool, the glass does not take any sort of damage to it. So you can see we're just continuing to add air into this piece. This is when you'll really start to see the size start to grow. So you'll see we're going in with those newspapers and we're actually specifically kind of hugging right down at the base close to where the pipe connects. So we're starting to kind of create this area where we're going to be able to make a jack line, which is just an indentation into the glass that we make for us to then be able to break it off. So we're kind of pushing that and elongating it, trying to get it to stretch out with those newspapers as we continue to blow some more air into the whole piece. So you'll see now we're going in with this tool called our jacks, and we're creating that jack line. So this is just, once again, that indentation into the glass, creating this spot where we're going to be able to eventually break it off. So you'll see we're now going to get ready to go ahead and start squishing this piece just a little bit. So we're using these cork paddles, and we're just going in and applying a little bit of pressure to the piece. So you can see we took that really nice round shape and we just flattened it out with those corks that we were using. And you can see we use that blowtorch just to apply some specific heat to certain areas. So when we take it to the reheating furnace, we're basically just heating up the entire piece. So when we use that blowtorch, we're trying to just target certain areas that we want to get a little bit hotter. So whenever we pull out that blowtorch, we're just trying to get more heat across different areas. And then you'll see once again we're going in and continuing to just squish down those sides. So we're using those corks. And you'll see we went in with just a little piece of chalk just to mark the bottom and create an idea of where we want to place our punty so that we can break it off and rotate onto a new pipe. So right now we're starting to get that punty prepared. And this is the pipe with a little bit of glass on the end that we use to transfer over from our blowpipe to a solid pipe. So you can see we're bringing over that new pipe and we're going to stick it to the bottom. Once there's a good connection between the two, we're going to go ahead and get ready to do a break off. So you'll see we grab a little bit of water with our tweezers and apply it to that line where we want it to break. This is when we do get cracks in our glass. They're kind of like spiderweb cracks. And we're able to just give it a nice tap and it'll break off. So now that we're on a new pipe, we're able to start working with the other end. And this other side does have that hollow space that was left from the blowpipe. So we'll be able to manipulate it, maybe open the piece up if we want to, close it off. There's many different things we can now do. And you'll see we're just going in right now, and while we still have a little bit of time, we're just adjusting that placement onto the new pipe. So while that punny is still a little bit warm, we're able to go in and kind of adjust, make sure that we're nice and center. So you can see we went in with those newspapers and just kind of manipulated that opening and just made sure to adjust the neck. And now we're starting to go in with the jacks. So you can see we're creating almost another kind of jack line at the top there. You'll see that we're following those same steps once again. Going in with the newspapers and now with our jacks. We're going inside of the piece through that hole that we have left from the blowpipe. And then on the outside, pinching at that previous jack line that we started to create. You'll see we're going in and just trying to blow a little bit more air back into the piece. And you'll see we're going in with our shears. So this is like big metal scissors that we use in glass blowing And we're starting to stretch out that neck just a little bit. And then we just go ahead and break off the excess that we don't want on the piece. So you'll see that we're going in and stretching it once again. And then going in and breaking off that excess. So you can see we're going in with those cork paddles once again. Continuing to just change the shape of that neck that we went ahead and stretched out. So now that our artist Ben is considering this piece finished, we're gonna go ahead and get suited up for it to be placed into our annealer. So we gotta put on special clothing so that we're able to handle the glass and put it away to be brought back to room temperature. So you'll see that shortly as we get ready to break this piece off. So we successfully broke our piece off, and we're going to place it into our annealer. And this is where it'll cool down back to room temperature over a longer period of time. Could we please give our artist a round of applause? So it looks like we're getting started on another piece. So you can see we've already gotten a block of color out of our garage. So once again, that garage is kept at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We're able to kind of pull glass in and out of it and keep it at a temperature that is basically its perfect temperature. It's not too hot that it's still fluid and moving, but it's not getting too cold that it has any possibility of cracking. So we're able to pull things out and use it. It's usually where we keep our color blocks or color bricks that you can see over here on this table. So we'll use these to color the glass, and usually they come in full, long colors. So basically just sticks of them that we then break up into smaller pieces that we then place into our garage to be heated. So then we're able to pull these out, heat them up, and then place them onto our clear glass. So our last piece that we just finished up actually had 3 layers of color on it. So the first layer was this really light blue, then we did this kind of pinkish color, and then another darker blue on top. But when it actually finished, you can barely even see that second layer of that pink. And so once it cools down, you'll see that he kind of got this like hue of purple just by mixing all those colors, but also that really light blue on the center with that darker blue on the outside. So you can see we have that blowpipe that we have a little bit of glass on, and then we blew a bubble into it. So there is already that established bubble, and now we're just going to be getting ready to start doing our color on top. And you'll see we're getting ready to do that first color overlay. So we're letting that color kind of drip onto the top of that clear glass and then cutting it off from its pipe. So now we're going to be able to get this hot and kind of spread it across the entire surface. And while we're starting to spread that first color along the surface of the clear glass, we are now getting our second color ready to go. So you can kind of see now that first color that we put on there seems to be like some sort of dark blue. Sometimes it can be a little bit hard to tell while the glass is still hot, just because that heat can kind of distort the color that it's actually going to be once it's back to room temperature. But we can start to get a little bit of an idea of what color we just placed on there. And it looks like we're just now getting ready to add that second color on there. So same steps. We go ahead and let the color drip onto the top, trim it off, and then we're going to be spreading that color across the entire surface. And in the middle of the hot shop, we are preparing that third color. Looks like we're getting ready to go ahead and do that third color. So we will once again see that same process. We're just going to bring it over, let it drip onto the surface, and then cutting it off from the pipe. So now that we have all three of those colors laid out onto the surface, we will be starting to blow a little bit more air back into that bubble and then getting ready to gather a clear layer of glass eventually onto the surface. Yeah, so their technical name is a glory hole, but we do call them like reheating furnaces as well. They rest at about 2,100 to 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So really, 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 really hot. But They're basically built with special material that kind of insulates them. So most of the heat actually stays within that chamber. And you can see even by our thermometer, our thermostat right there, telling us that it's just a little bit like close to 90 degrees outside of that furnace. So it does a pretty good job of holding that heat in there. But it is still very hot to stand in front of. Yeah, so it's all heated by natural gas. So we only use natural gas. And at the end of the day, those will be turned off. But our glass furnaces that hold all of our melted glass, we never turn them off. So they are on 24/7, every single day of the week, every single day of the month. Yeah. Yeah. So you'll see now we're going in and getting that clear layer of new hot glass on top. So this is what we call a gather whenever we go in to get more glass on the surface. And then we're actually doing a technique called strip gathering. So we're just letting some of that glass that we just gathered to just strip off of the surface. So we're not taking quite as much glass on. And then just going in and trimming off some of that excess as well. You'll see we start using this wooden tool that we keep soaked in water. We call this a block. So this is one of the ways that we're able to shape the glass and get that round kind of end so that we're able to start blowing air into it. And you'll see now that we're at our center bench, we're just going to continue shaping this piece. And then meanwhile, at our other bench, we are actually preparing the punty. So that is the pipe that we will be switching over to once the piece is ready. Now we're starting to go in with some newspapers actually. So this is a stack of newspapers that we keep soaked with water that we're able to use to manipulate the glass. It gives the glass blower a little bit of a closer contact with the piece. And then our next step coming up is actually going to be drilling some holes into the surface of the glass. So a lot of Ben's artwork kind of features this idea of these clear, almost windows in the glass. You can see in this piece over here with the green, we go in and we drill those holes, and then we gather some clear glass on top so that then the holes get covered. But as we blow up the piece, those holes in the glass will expand with the rest of it. And so then we're left with these fully clear kind of windows through the entire piece. So you'll see we're actually going to be taking that drill and using that blowtorch just to heat it up as well. And we're going to go in right on that surface and begin creating that hole in the glass. And then doing the same on the other side as well. And then just for those of you that were not with us earlier, Benjamin Cobb is one of our glassblowers here at the museum. So he is here almost every single day blowing glass with our team. But this week he's actually doing a full week residency with us and is our guest artist, our visiting artist. So all the work that we're doing from today until Sunday will be his creative work that he's going to be working on and featuring. So that's why we have some of his pieces on either side of me here. And then a lot of his artwork we can also show. If we could see the artist slideshow. Can we please see the artist slideshow? Thank you. So once again, these pictures kind of just go to show that idea that we're going for with the holes that we're currently drilling into the glass. So you can see those holes will start to expand, and then we'll cover it with that clear glass, and it creates these windows into the inside of the piece. Ben's artwork is inspired by nature and human biology. A lot of it represents kind of the visceral systems that we have, such as our veins and arteries, along with our nature around us. Plants, the leaves of plants have that same kind of structure. So you can definitely see with the different technique used in his artwork, there's a lot of different lines and shapes that we create with cane and other types of stringers. And this creates that kind of like vein looking surface. So back on the hot shop, we went ahead and let our piece cool down after drilling those holes. And now we're going in and getting that clear glass on top. And then once again performing a strip gather. So just letting some of that glass strip off of the surface. And you'll see we're just going to continue going in and shaping the glass. As we're doing this, Ben is also going to be blowing air into the pipe using one of these rubber tubes. So he has a mouthpiece, and then the other end connects to the end of the blowpipe, which you can see is being held on. And so this allows our artist to blow his own glass piece. So it looks like we went in and got another gather of glass on top. We're continuing to just use that wooden tool called our block to just shape out the glass. And then you'll actually see we're taking it over to this water trough now. And we're actually going to be just adding some water onto the pipe to cool it down. So you can see we're going in with those newspapers again, just continuing to shape the piece as we also begin to add more air. So you can see we're applying some specific pressure with our newspapers right towards the base. So we're trying to just stretch out that area, and we're able to do this by just continuously adding that pressure. And now we're going in with this tool called jacks. We're creating something called a jack line. So this is just creating like an indentation. And then while we are blowing into the piece, we have to be a little bit careful just because those spots where we drilled the holes in are only covered by 2 layers of clear glass. So that part of the surface is a little bit thinner than the rest. If we apply a little bit too much air into the piece, it could cause those specific areas to blow out. And we don't necessarily want that. We want to keep it flush with the rest of the piece. So you'll see now we're getting ready with some cork paddles. We're going to be using these to push on the edges of the surface and get it to become a little bit flatter. So you'll see with that circular motion, we're starting to push those sides of the piece in towards each other. So you can see we're going back in with those cork paddles now, continuing to just push those edges together and thin the piece out. And you'll see we're going in with just a piece of chalk just to mark the center of the bottom so that we can place our punty correctly for when we transfer onto a new pipe. So this is when that jack line that we created earlier becomes really important. That's going to be the location where we're able to break the piece off onto its new pipe. So we come in with that new punty and we're going to be attaching it to the bottom. Once we have that secure connection, we'll be grabbing a little bit of water with our tweezers and applying it to that jack line that we have created on the piece. The water that we add just creates some spiderweb cracks in the glass so that we're able to then tap it off of its pipe. And now that we're on to our new pipe, we're able to start working with the other end of the piece. So this is where the opening is from that blowpipe from where our air was being pushed through the piece. We're going to be able to start manipulating that end. So we have a brief moment here where we're able to make any adjustments to the placement of the piece on its puntee. So the puntee is just the pipe that we're using to switch over. So you can see we've gotten that part of the piece really nice and hot so that we're able to start going in and making adjustments. So he's gone in with the newspapers, is just beginning to shape that neck of the piece. And you can see we're taking those jacks and going on the inside of the piece, and now creating a new jack line up towards the top of that neck. You'll see we're going in, adding a little bit more air back into the piece, and also making sure that that hole is still open. So you'll see now we're going in with our shears, and we're just going to start pulling this out away from the rest of the piece. We're just stretching it while also making sure we're maintaining that empty space in the middle. And then we're going in and actually going to break away this excess from the piece. And you'll see we're going to go ahead and repeat the same process of stretching this out while also trying to get it straightened. So you'll see now that we've gone ahead and stretched that out, we're going in and just adjusting. Ben is going to just make sure that it's where he would like it to lay. Now that Ben is satisfied with the piece, you will see we have someone getting dressed up, ready to go to carry this piece into the annealer. So just putting on all the protective wear that is needed. And you'll see we're going to just give it a flash and get ready to break off. So you'll see we're going to take similar steps as before, applying a little bit of water to that connection point, and then we're going to tap it off, and we'll be able to take it over to our annealer where it will cool back down to room temp. Can we go ahead and give our artists a round of applause?